We are 4 minutes away from starting our best practices in social media. So you can go ahead and start to mute your phones now. We will forcibly mute all at 10 o'clock.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is William Murdoch with the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission. This is your 2-minute warning. We're letting folks join on here today to our social media forum, and we'll get started here in about 2 minutes. So please hang tight. Please mute your cameras and your microphones if you can. We'll be right back.
About 1 minute till we're going to start our opening session for the social media best practices. So throughout our forum today, you can ask questions. Please type those into the chat function. And if you're calling in, you can use, you can send them to an email. It's questions@morpc.org. And we'll try to answer those as best we can throughout the forum. So I believe it's that magic hour now, 10 o'clock. We're going to get started here. Good morning, Central Ohio and our sister organizations across the USA. I am Eileen Luby, the Member Services Officer at the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission. We are delighted to be bringing our annual social media best practices for local governments forum to you today. This has always been a popular event, which would normally have been limited to 80 guests in the MORPC conference room, and you would have been listening to nice music like that in our room, and we would have had limited space. Well, get ready for what I'm about to say next. Today, this forum went to a virtual stage and soared to 250 people. Thank you so much. We're wowed, and we thought we might need to go to Teams Live to host this many, but we concluded we could do normal Teams. So hopefully you all had the email last night and you're all on board. Let me welcome to our virtual stage the individual who inspires our team every day. He is a passionate advocate for ensuring that you are engaging all citizens in the planning processes. The Executive Director of the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission, William Murdoch.
Thanks, Eileen. You're too kind. Good morning, everybody. I'm William Murdoch with MORPC. We're thrilled to have you a part of this today. I hope this finds you healthy and your family and your teams and your communities doing well as we navigate a really upside down year. We know that social media plays a really key part in our lives, but especially right now as we're trying to navigate all of these new situations and all of these difficult situations, especially with our local governments and communities, and just trying to share information and inspire people and help people navigate through all of this. And at the same time, the social media world continues to evolve and continues to challenge us and present new opportunities and new things to worry about. And with this forum today, we've got an incredible lineup of folks to help give you those tools, to help take your questions. And we think we can do this virtually. So we appreciate so many folks being interested. And I'm looking forward to an excellent event today. And with that, we'll go ahead and turn that over to our leader in communications at MORPC, Neil Jurist.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, William. Thank you for being here. Welcome to our annual social media forum. This is one of my favorite events. As you know, prior to coming to MORPC, I was a presenter for a little over 5 years. Thought I got out of it, but I'm actually one of the presenters today. So we hope that you will learn best practices, insights, and new platforms and resources to help you do your job effectively as communications professionals. So without further delay, Eileen, it's time for you to go ahead and kick things off.
All right, thank you, Neil. Well, let's get started with our first set of speakers. Navigating through COVID-19, we chose two talented PIOs who have mastered the challenges. City of Powell, Megan Canavan, Communications Director, and Jane Hawes, Director of Communications for Delaware County. Take it away, Megan.
Thank you so much for having me this morning. Welcome everyone to the virtual conference this year. I'm really happy to be here and be able to just share some of the last, several months in PAL, and then also just some key takeaways of things that we've learned along the way. I've titled today's presentation, The Balance, Balancing Emergency Communication versus delivering all of the other essential services that all of the local governments do, and also balancing those quality of life information as well in the midst of a pandemic. So this is kind of a snapshot of our first 90 days. March 5th was the city's first mention of COVID-19. We shared something from our local health district, Delaware General Health District, on March 5th. And that is really when things started to really, it kick-started so much for the city. March 13th, we had the announcement of major changes to the city's operations. I added this March 15th date in just because I thought it was very ironic. We had posted something about our bike paths because we were seeing an increase in usage on those. And so we said we will get through the weeks together. Little did we know at that point in time that we'd be speaking at the end of July and very much still in a pandemic. March 22nd, stay-at-home order issued. And then something that happened in our city in the midst of the pandemic is that we had a new city manager that started. Andrew White joined our team as our new city manager on April 1st. He was sworn in during a social distancing ceremony. There were about 3 other people there. And so that completely turned our plans to introduce him to the community upside down. But I felt like worth mentioning that we were in the midst of that as well. We had our first virtual city council meeting. Our operations completely changed around in 1 month's time. This is kind of how I felt March 1st versus April 1st. And actually many times now, even in July, still feeling this way. You know, it's really kind of, we say internally, a different crisis each week. There's something that we're preparing for and communicating to our public. These are just a few snapshots of things that were shared on social media in those first couple months. Our first virtual meeting, the signage that was posted on our municipal building doors, our social distancing swearing in ceremony for our new city manager. And this is just kind of our approach to the emergency communication side. So our first course is always to share content from the Delaware General Health District, Ohio Department of Health, and CDC. We try and share their posts, especially as it relates to our residents and our constituents. Initially, you know, in that first month, we created a video to discuss police and fire operations. There was a lot of question around what does that look like? Those services going to be impacted. We designed a consistent graphic for social media for COVID-19 updates, and then really just delivering content early and often about COVID-19 and how it is impacting our city operations. This is just an example of the graphic that we created, again, to share those COVID-19 updates. Okay, and so I'm going to transition a little bit away from emergency communications. That is absolutely critical, and it's a priority in our communication. But with the pandemic, it's very different than, let's say, a police situation that, you know, we're going to be communicating, you know, in a week's time, or maybe it would span beyond that. But this has been going on for months now. So how do you continue to still foster a sense of community? How do you still deliver those services and educate and inform your residents? So a couple of things that we found that were very helpful and have been helpful the last several months. One is partnering with our Parks and Recreation Department. They've been great about live streaming classes, sharing weekly calendars for families at home. Those have been great social media content. It generates a lot of great content for our residents. Our police department did a well-being check program, and that was active while the stay-at-home order was issued. So again, that was great content for social media to highlight the services that our police department was still providing. We had a community porch parade. So we partnered with our local township, Liberty Township. We also partnered with our library, Ohio Health, Olentangy Schools. And over the course of 3 days, they went through neighborhoods. It was a wonderful experience and a great way to really bring the community together outside of being online, but also people were sharing photos and videos, and it just really was a great way to reach our residents. We've converted some of our events to virtual, so that's been a great tool for our social media. We have one actually coming up next week, Mystery Night Out. That's our way of doing National Night Out, but having a mystery added to it. And then we've also, as a way to reach out to the community, allow our city manager, Andy White, to introduce himself to our residents, doing virtual coffee with the city managers that have been very, very well attended. Here are just a couple examples of some of the graphics that we have posted on social media. And so I'm going to leave you with some key takeaways that we have experienced, that we've learned over the last several months. Some of these things we've known all along, even prior to the pandemic, but communicating early and often, creating alerts for public health agencies, social media posts. So anytime Delaware General Health District is posting information, Ohio Department of Health, getting those alerts so that we can stay on top of what they're sharing and what they're communicating, so we can be in alignment there. Plan content through monthly calendar that allows flexibility. It's great to have a sense of, what is your planned messaging going to be for the month of August, but allowing some flexibility, knowing there will still be information that needs to be delivered about COVID-19 or about any other matter that, emergency matter that could be going on in your community. Designing a consistent graphic for COVID-19 that was really helpful as we've gone through the last several months. People know, okay, this is related to COVID-19. Continue to deliver high quality services through sharing stories, photos, and events that bring the community together. Again, video has been great. Photos have been great to just still remind the residents that, there is a significant public health emergency going on, but we are also at work. We're here, we're delivering our services to you, and also educating them on how things maybe have changed. One thing that we've done is providing data to our elected officials and staff through monthly reports. So I put together a snapshot of data and analytics of social media, of community relations, and we prepare that in a monthly report. And that's really helpful and impactful for our departments as well as our elected officials. Lastly, one thing that I didn't put on there, but it's just that information is a service, and I just want to thank all of you today for that. I know that the last several months have been very turbulent, and just remember that you're still delivering a critical service to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I want to get in on Mystery Night Out. We're going to hear more about that. So moving into the same section, Jane Hawes is up from Delaware County, Director of Communication. Take it away, Jane.
Thank you, Eileen. Hi, and welcome to Pivoting to the Unprecedented New Normal. Words I think we're all going to retire after this is all over. My name is Jane Hawes, and I'm the Director of Communications for the Delaware County Board of Commissioners. For those tuning in from outside the area, we're a rapidly growing county just north of Columbus with about 210,000 residents. And I have to give a shout out to our communications assistant, Marissa Stith, who has also been a critical part of all the pivoting we've been doing here. And I'm sure all of you have been doing a lot of pivoting too. And though we are hardly out of the woods yet, we have certainly been on this path long enough to take a look around and ask ourselves, what have we learned while pivoting? Well, based on our experiences, we pulled together 3 main lessons that we're taking away from the last 5 months. Lesson number 1, define terms before you use them on Facebook. Like, oh, I don't know, state of emergency. It's not that we didn't define what a state of emergency is for local government in the full posts that we had on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Nextdoor, and our website. It's that people see the words state of emergency and they panic, calling our 911 center and demanding to know why they can't leave their houses or drive on the roads. So you quickly pivot and chase that first post with this. But the panic continues. And you pivot once again and post this. which became one of our most viewed and shared posts in all of this. We learned that what you put in that image down below, what a state of emergency is and is not, is where most people stop reading or paying attention. Side note, we also decided very early on to brand our COVID-19 social media communications by using our nice, soothing brand green and our dignified Merriweather type font. We purposely went for something that we thought said, keep calm and don't call 911, no use of the color red, minimal use of black or all caps or bolding, but it still took a few misstarts to understand how people react to the first and sometimes only thing that they see in a post. Second side note, we learned that common sense is often the first thing to go missing in a crisis. Early on, every time we or the state of Ohio issued a report or an order, there was a critical mass of people who called 911. Understandably, our 911 people who were in the same building as us, just one floor down, they did not appreciate having the emergency lines tied up with people who interpreted everything as an assault on their constitutional rights. So we produced a tutorial on the proper use of 911. This was after we had people calling 911 asking to have a paramedic sent to their homes to test them for COVID. As wordy as this whole post was, it ended up being our #3 post of the last 5 months. It was shared a lot and people liked it. Next lesson, lesson number 1B, we also learned that text alerts were not going to help the situation either. I think it was Franklin County EMA who set up a text alert system early in the game for COVID news. We thought that would be a nifty tool to set up with our Nixle system, which is the communications platform we use for snow alerts. We decided to use it only in the event of something that required action from the public, like a stay-at-home order. So after getting a lot of signups and when the state's stay-at-home order finally came, we sent out a text alert directing people to our website for more information. We also had a COVID-19 information microsite that we set up early on in March, and that was a great tool as well. However, immediately after sending out the text alert about the stay-at-home order, our 911 center was once again slammed with non-emergency calls. So we retired the text alert tool. We did debate telling the public it was being retired because we couldn't trust them not to freak out, but we ultimately decided that might prompt another freak out, so we just retired it very quietly. The next lesson has to do more with internal freaking out. When people crack, it usually happens quietly, about 4 weeks in. That was when it felt like some people in the organization started to lose it. Marissa and I, along with our county administrator, Mike Fromer, actually still came into the office every day here during all of this. It's a very large space, so very safe to be here. It also gave us quick access to our 911 center, our EMS people, and our emergency management agency. We're all on different floors of the same building. But 4 weeks in, that's when we had, this. We had to start picking our battles because some folks were freaking out and picking fights over some really strange things. The first battle involved a daily update newsletter we created right at the start to communicate with our nearly 1,300 employees. It began as a way to share information about work from home guidelines, paid administrative leave, HR benefits, all kinds of wonky but important stuff. But then it evolved into a really fun way to help people stay connected. We shared links to inspiring articles and photos that people were sending in, introducing their work from home coworkers. But then somebody in our information technology department decided that these emailed newsletters constituted a cybersecurity risk. We were told first to remove all hyperlinks because you never know where they might actually lead. So we took a deep breath and provided instructions on how to Google your way instead to these dangerous Washington Post articles, healthy recipes, and even our own wellness program website. But then the photos themselves were deemed risks because they might chew up too much bandwidth. So that's when we decided to retire the daily updates, but not without making a note to ourselves when all this is over, we should think about creating a chief information officer position, somebody who understands not only network technology, but social media, user-friendly websites, and the value of e-newsletters. We also learned to pick our battles when it came to tooting other people's horns. Here's a photo op that happened when we were walking by as a local high school principal was bringing a carload of PPE donations. It got great play on social media, except the agency he was donating to felt that sharing this information posed a security risk to their PPE supplies, even though we didn't identify where the supplies were being stored. Again, not a battle worth fighting. And then there were our own battles with people who felt they could dictate how the communications function should function. That's where FEMA training comes in really handy, and I would heartily encourage anyone who hasn't already started up the ladder of FEMA PIO training to do it. Knowing the language of incident command systems and emergency operations plans and joint information systems is very helpful when encouraging people to stay in their own lanes during a situation like COVID-19. Unless the directive comes from the incident commander, they have no business telling the PIO what to do or how to do it. And the final lesson we'll share with you today is number 3. Someday you'll want to remember this. No, really, you will. Early on in this experience, I decided we should start documenting what was happening because there's no telling how long it's going to be with us. Early in my own career, I had an offer to join the History Factory. It's a company that's entirely devoted to helping companies and organizations create historical archives about themselves. I didn't take the job, but it's such a fascinating concept for business, it's really stayed with me. So I started creating a simple physical archive, just a binder, with printouts of various emails at critical points in the timeline, incident reports, resolutions passed by the commissioners, and some of the news stories. I've got them organized by weeks and months, depending on how much happened in each time span. Someday, if only to remind ourselves exactly what we lived through, this archive will be handy. And of course, I'm including screen grabs of social media posts.
Hey, Jane, I'm going to interrupt really quickly. Someone has a second device on. We need to have everyone mute their devices. Thank you so much. Keep yourself muted unless you speak. Thank you.
Thank you. This one came on March 25th, pretty early on, and it features our EMS chief modeling the face shield that a local sign shop created on the fly for us. It's been our number 2 most popular post so far, and I'll point out that we don't pay to do boosting of posts. Not only do these face shields save lives, but they also save this business because they were one of the first to pivot and change their operations to provide a much needed new product in this new normal. And this post on March 30th was by far our most popular post of the COVID-19 experience. One of our paramedics restrung 1,000 N95 masks whose elastic bands had gotten old and crunchy. We're still not exactly sure why this one took off the way it did, but it was a welcome reminder that we all needed to celebrate our successes and share good news and heartwarming images, like this one. And this was one of our most popular images that had nothing at all to do with us doing our jobs. When in doubt, go with animals. They make everybody relax a little and smile. And on that happy note, I'll waddle on out of here. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jane and Megan. Go ahead and post any questions to chat. I'll tune in here with Roland in just a second now. It's amazing how many times you're trying to do a good thing and there's always unintended consequences. So you gave us a lot of good tips. Rolanda, I'm going to do a shout out to you to see if you have any questions coming in.
Hi, Eileen. We do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead and send them into chat anytime. And Megan and Jane will let you turn your cameras off and you relax now. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. All right. We're going to move to our next session here. We never anticipated a pandemic of this magnitude. It has changed our daily life and may have changed us to a new normal. It swiftly unveiled the tragic disparities in our communities for communities of color. Next speaker, Jennifer McKenzie, will talk about racism through the lens of social media. She's from the Columbus Urban League. Take it away, Jennifer.
Now I have to remember to take my mute button off. Thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Jennifer McKenzie, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Associate Vice President of Program Performance and Strategy here at the Columbus Urban League. I started here in February, right before the pandemic hit, and so we've been hitting the ground running ever since. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to work with an unapologetic leader, President Stephanie Hightower, who was the very first female CEO of our 102-year-old agency, which is one of the oldest organizations in Ohio dedicated to serving Black people. Thank you, MORPC, for allowing us to have this forum and to share in the theme of racism through the lens of social media. And so in preparation for this presentation, I really thought about the current events, both COVID-19 and the social unrest, and realizing that a lot of what's going on is detrimental to a community who's already in crisis. That is the case for sure for Black Americans who deal with housing, educational, economic, and health disparities. So for instance, a school closure for a single parent home could mean that a parent must make the hard choice between the safety of their child and economic security. Educational gaps are certainly widening. We just heard a couple of days ago that Columbus City Schools, for instance, they are going to go to a fully virtual platform. Well, what happens if students don't have access to technology, or they might not necessarily have the skills to navigate the new technology? And then an eviction in an already tight housing market like we have here in Columbus could mean homelessness for some of our families. So COVID-19 and the outrage over systemic racism and the death of George Floyd demanded new strategies, tools, and resources for reaching and engaging a community already in crisis. So what I'll try to do is think about our approach to reaching and engaging a community in crisis and try to sum it up in a duplicatable framework. Anyone that knows me knows that I love a really good framework. Give me a 1, 2, 3 bullet point is super helpful. And so social media was just one of the tools that we use in our integrated media strategy. We use social media to expand our reach and impact by sharing our messages from traditional forms of media like radio, newspaper, news channels, as well as and sharing them across our social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And so if you're looking to create or beef up your own integrated media strategies to share important messages, think about what I refer to as the 3 Bs: brand, base, and bullhorn. Brand, and in this case, we're not thinking about logos and fonts and all those great things, which are amazing, and colors, but really the experience that people have with you and your organization. For base, we really think about who do you create value for? In our case, it's going to be our clients. And then you also need to think about who do you create value with? And so we think about our partners and funders and volunteers and certainly our staff. And then bullhorn, what is your message and how will you share it with others to activate change? And so we also thought about key social media terms like influencer and brand ambassador, which of course are widely used in the social media space. But unlike traditional forms of media, influencers and ambassadors on social media control the messages being shared. They control what's being shared, how it's being shared, and when it's being shared. And we really like that flexibility. Our own main influencer ambassador, of course, is our fearless leader, President Hightower. And so for you all, just really think about who are your influencers and ambassadors. And that's just really just to say who can help carry your message forward for change. Our message is not just about eradicating racism, but standing for social justice and racial equity. So throughout the next slides, I'll primarily share how we connected with our key audience, our base, to share important information with the Black community in crisis. Our base include our key audience members, partners and community leaders, Black families, funders, donors, and supporters, young professionals and volunteers, as well as staff. Our bullhorn is fairly simple. It includes our strategic messaging and media channels. And so one of the headlines from the Columbus Dispatch dated on May 5th read, COVID-19 hits hardest in communities of color. One of the quotes that I think we've just shared and we've adopted, and I don't think it was necessarily ours, but we've adopted it as ours, which is we're all in the same storm, but we're not in the same boat. That certainly resonated with me personally. It resonated with our clients and certainly with our staff. So this next slide, where it has partners and community leaders, it's just a great couple of photos. One of a couple of things that we've done during this time period, like holding press conferences. Certainly our president and CEO, Stephanie Hightower, has also been part of radio shows and co-hosting them. And then our other influencers and ambassadors, the CULYP, has also held press conferences at our main building. And so you'll see a couple of those photos here on the slide that says partners and community leaders. At the very beginning of the pandemic, our fearless leader had the foresight to bring more than 100 community leaders together in a weekly town hall. Those leaders included members like Congressmember Joyce Beatty and Superintendent Talisa Dixon here over at Columbus City Schools and much more. Which evolved into a more formal group, which we refer to as Equity Now Coalition, who stands with us in bringing about social justice and racial equity. And again, just carrying that message forward. We participated in news events and leveraged shared media strategies with the City Attorney's Office, the YWCA, Franklin County Commissioner Kevin Boyce, and the Mayor. Earned media is still a very powerful tool, even in the age of social media. And so that's the way we really thought about our integrated strategies, is how do we use traditional forms of media and messaging and share those across our social media platforms, again, to expand our reach and share our messaging. And so we shared all of our featured stories on our social media platforms, which we can trace back to an amazing 300% in web traffic alone. I think that's amazing. And I'm pretty sure those numbers are continuing to increase day by day. Email is also an effective tool for sharing what we are doing now and how well we're doing it. It also gives us an opportunity to share our positions, our issues, and strategies. For instance, recently we were contacted by a funder who was interested in learning more about an op-ed that President Hightower wrote about the 1,000 cut journey. Put a 1 in the comments if you guys have ever heard about the 1,000 cut journey. It was certainly news to me when our marketing communication team shared it with us. And for those of you who are not aware, the 1,000 cut journey is a virtual reality experience where the viewer becomes Michael Sterling, a Black man, and experiences the social realities of racism at various points in his life. So during childhood, during adolescence, and of course, as a young adult. Another feature story that aired on NBC4 May 15th, this quote is something that many members of the community can connect with, especially those who believe that most of the solutions up until this point have been mere Band-Aids. And the question just really reads, how do we as a community come together in a way that is going to make a difference, not just put a Band-Aid over it? And if it's helpful, I can just let you guys know when to advance the slides. I'm just on slide 7, where it says Franklin County Board of Health declares racism. And so next slide. We partner with Radio 1, Columbus City Council, United Way, and Columbus American Third to co-host weekly radio shows to share important information on COVID-19 and, of course, our insights on racism and all that's happening in our community. As an organization that has always served Black people, we felt like it was extremely important for us to lead those conversations. For our Black families, we recognize that radio is still a very effective bullhorn to get our message out. For example, we shared a lot of information about safety precautions, of course, wearing our mask. I'm sure all of us have more than enough between the re-wearable mask and the disposable mask. But we really had to address an important issue, which is the concerns of Black males who really didn't feel safe wearing a mask in public when they are already deemed suspicious. And so it allowed us to not only share important information, but then also validate concerns. Next slide. On May 29th, the Dispatch featured another story that captured times and temperaments here in our community due to the recent death of George Floyd. If you're in Columbus, I'm sure that, if you've been anywhere downtown or the short north, you can still even see some of the remnants of that. That moment in history, I think, served as a catalyst for all of us to think about racism and its impact, not on only Black people, and also how hundreds of years of bigotry, racism, has brought us to this very point in history. And so I see this message as a very clear call to action. How will we respond and move forward together? And then this next slide is just a headline from June 11th from WOSU Public Radio, where it quoted President Hightower in a piece about police reform. And then our next slide just really gives, an example of how consistent messaging through traditional forms of media has allowed our voice to not only be heard, but calls to action to support the work were being answered by public and private funders. Some of them were long-term supporters, of course, but we also gained a lot of new individual donors. And those donors aren't just people who are able to support our mission monetarily, but these are people who are also able to help carry the message forward. They can serve as influencers and certainly brand ambassadors for us, and they have. It allowed us to continue to expand our reach through social media. We raised nearly $500,000 through the Big Give alone for this year, which I think was absolutely amazing. We recognized in that space that social media was certainly key. We have submitted more than 29 grant requests. And I think that was just a representation of our two-way communication strategy of getting information from clients and sharing that with our funders so that they recognize what the needs are. And then certainly we are able to share when resources become available from partners and sharing that information back with our clients. Again, sharing that two-way street.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Gaines.
Our very next slide, despite where it talks about on June 19, 2020, there was a headline, Franklin County to make Juneteenth a holiday and replaces Columbus Day. Despite what some people will call progress through the talks of reform and replacing holidays, our influencer, President Hightower, continued to raise the bullhorn so that we don't get complacent and forget that there is still yet more work to be done, including tackling tough conversations like history and how not talking about it contributes to systemic racism. The other thing that I thought was really cool from a news article from June 25th, posted by NBC4 with the headline, 16-year-old girl donates birthday money to Columbus Urban League. I think what that validated for us is that our messaging is making it all the way to the hearts of young people. And I think this is just a representation of that. And what she decided to do with that messaging is to support our organization. And we're certainly happy that she did. But this is letting us know that our social media reach is growing beyond the boundaries of our traditional audience members. And I really don't know anyone who is more social in social media than a teenager. So for me, I think that was a win in our book, that something that we're doing is right. And of course, for staff, our staff members are always going to be a critical point for us, and getting information, sharing that information out with clients and our supporters. On July 29th, a first-time client of CUL raised the bullhorn to share how rental assistance from CUL kept a crisis from turning into homelessness. And for me, I think this is what that work is all about. And so here are two short videos that are that also share the impact that our staff have on clients. A lot of times our staff has stood in the very places and the very shoes that our clients stand in today. And I think it makes a world of a difference. So we'll share those two videos here.
I'm the Director of Financial Empowerment Services for the Columbus Urban League. We've been working on a program for housing stabilization. In the beginning, we were receiving each 50 to 100 calls per hour, each person on the team. It's not only for the low to moderate income individuals, it's for individuals who have never received or applied for assistance. Those are the calls that we are receiving probably the most. She has 4 children. She works hard. She had actually 2 jobs before COVID-19 started, and she wasn't on assistance, and she was happy for the fact that she was not on assistance. And for to have to apply for assistance, it kind of hurt her. She started off with the conversation like, I don't want to be judged. I'm just asking for help. And she prejudged herself before she could actually talk out the situation and what she needed. Listening to her and go through her story, and she was crying over the phone. And I talked to her and I let her know that, at the Columbus Urban League, there is no judgment zone. Our job is to help her. And if we're not able to help her, to guide her in the right direction so that she will be able to receive help. She received a check last Friday. She received $1,000 for her rent. I mean, it was really good to be able to help her, help her pay her bills and let her know that, assistance is out there to help. It was just a really good feeling.
Hi, I'm Larry Thomas, the Career and Development Coach for the Columbus Urban League. And we're their last resort a lot of times. We're their last call, we're their last visit to helping them. And you got to think, if you've been incarcerated, just say if you've been incarcerated for several years, and now you come home to this, where you don't have access to anything. Just imagine being released, and I've been gone 5 years, and I come home, and I don't have access to anyone or anything. So just helping these individuals find employment has been crazy. Just the amount of thank yous and wish they could see me in person and give me a hug and just thanks for and again it's those individuals, because they come home, they don't know where to look, they don't know where to look for employment, and to get a phone, to be able to call someone and say, hey, okay, I know what you've been through, I know you're just coming home, what other resources do you need? Do you need an ID? Do you need driver's license? Do you need a social security card? Do you need employment? Some of them not eligible for a stimulus check because they haven't worked, they haven't filed taxes, they haven't been anywhere for the last 3 or 4 years. We've always been serious, but to know that some of these individuals can any day be homeless, can any day have nothing to eat, can any day come in the house with some type of symptoms of this virus. So it's been a continuous effort on us, with us and our team, of making sure we help anyone and everyone that's reaching out.
All right, thank you so much for that, playing those videos for us. So during this time period, what we've learned, just in the short period of time, we've been able to field over 7,000 calls for housing assistance, like one of the stories that Rhonda shared in her video. We've raised over $3.5 million in counting. And we've also been able to increase our profile with new donors and supporters in the corporate sector. Our outcomes are a reflection of our commitment to recovery, reform, and resiliency for our community. Recovery by meeting emergency and immediate needs for assistance and relief through initiatives like our housing support services, some of our peer support services, both shared by Larry and Rhonda here. Reform by continuing to support reforms that dismantle systemic racism and stand up social justice and racial equity. And resiliency by committing to long-term support for families who may come to us in a crisis for sure, but to ensure that they increase their earning potential and economic mobility to avoid crises in the future. So in conclusion, when I think about the 3 Bs, brand, base, and bullhorn, I think about brand, the experience we want people to have when they encounter us. Base, how are we leveraging other voices to contribute and to share our message, like through traditional media, and how are we then resharing that on our social media platforms. And then the bullhorn are 3 messages we should share with people, be it in a 5-minute conversation or a 60-minute presentation. And those messages are: 1, we have always served Black people. Our 102-year history speaks to that. Our staff doesn't necessarily need cultural competency to serve the Black community because we are culturally authentic. 2, we are in the same storm, but not in the same boat. Disparities in our communities are acute and cannot be ignored. And 3, we stand for social justice and racial equity. Thank you for allowing me this time to raise the CUO bullhorn today. And please follow us on social media to stay connected.
Jennifer, thank you very much. Just pulls at our heartstrings. That was fantastic. We're going to stay focused, and thank you so much. Continue to use our chat function to ask questions. We're going to move now to our next presentation, and you can also send questions to questions@morpc.org. So thank you so much. We never anticipated going into this next session, but we are now going to be talking about public engagement used in some of our normal aspects of our work here in public affairs. So our next speaker does not need an introduction. She is the reason this event has evolved and grown through the years. She has been a gracious mentor to so many throughout our region, and she will freely share her successes and career tips. The MORPC Director of Communications and Engagement, Neil Juris, will be joined by Thea Ewing, Director of Transportation and Infrastructure Development from MORPC. Take it away, Neil and Thea.
Thank you, Eileen. So late last year, we knew we were going to go into 2020 with a busy first quarter. And the reason being is that we recognized we were going to have to hold our MTP, which is our Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and TIP, our Transportation Improvement Plan, in the same quarter. And what's unique about that is typically we do the MTP every 4 years and we do the TIP every 2 years. So we started doing our promotions and planning in December. We finalized that information in January. So February, we had a successful MTP open house, in person at MORPC's offices, and we had about maybe 100 people. And so the image in this particular slide shows how we would set up the room. We'd have printed boards, and we would have an opportunity for people to come and talk about or to ask questions with our staff regarding different projects. So after a successful MTP, we started working on the TIP for March. And so we were going to hold it March 31st. And then we started hearing something about COVID-19. And so in order to prepare, we decided we're going to close our doors March 13th at MORPC just to do a test run on our technology. Well, we never went back into the office. And so at that point, we were trying to decide where we're going to get an extension, where we're going to still hold this, but it is a requirement by federal and state transportation to do these type of public involvement open house. So we decided we're going to have to go virtual. So we began again the presentation. We had to pivot. We had already had the material out there. We had to start transitioning toward a virtual open house as opposed to an in-person open house. So then we started thinking about solutions. Okay, obviously we're not going to be able to have the printed boards. We're not going to be able to hold this public involvement inside of our offices. So we started thinking about ways that we can make this available online. So we took our typical project boards, which we blow up and feature and display at our public open house, and we put them online, and we just made them accessible so that anybody can view them in preparation to provide public comment. And so we started promoting this on all of our social media platforms, and all of our communications assets. So as we were thinking about this, we were like, okay, great. This is a good opportunity to engage our audience as a diverse audience through YouTube Live or Facebook Live. So we spent weeks practicing, and we realized, okay, this is not working out. So we would try to do these test runs. We would try to share, and we realized that just the technology wasn't working out. We had some limitations. And so we decided to use Microsoft Teams, which is a platform we're using today. But we had to do Microsoft Teams Live to accommodate for larger audiences. So that's pretty much where we landed. And so I'm going to turn things over to Thea Ewing to talk about the execution of the virtual open house.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, I was really excited that Neil and her team really put together a way that we could continue doing our public involvement. This is really important as we're the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the region. And basically what this all translates down to is both of these significant planning documents that we completed this year allow this community, this region, access to more than $35 million every year through MORPC, and more importantly, every 2 years, it breaks down into about $2 billion that comes in investment. And without doing these plans, they're basically like the grant application to the federal government, and the significant public involvement that goes with them. We cannot proceed with actually receiving those funds. So it's very important to our friends at CODA, ODOT, City of Columbus, and all of the folks who are doing these major projects in the area. So I want to talk a little bit about the things that I noticed that were different about this versus in person, because we did have the chance of doing two meetings back to back, which we typically don't do, but it was one of those weird years where that happened. We had marketing stayed pretty much the same. I noticed with Neil's team, they did, we do little flyer cards, but we also do a lot of online social media. In fact, I would say it kind of ramped up a little bit leading to the event because of the switch of the event onto online. And then with the maps and what Neil talked about with having kind of the virtual room, it wasn't just a website with a bunch of maps. It literally was like a click through, like you were walking around a room looking at our maps. And that is what we have in a public open house. It's very important that they see that sequencing and can't just click to here, click to there, see what they want. That's the whole point of the way we set it up. And then engagement opportunity is very important. We have to be able to talk to people about what they're thinking and not just provide a form for them to fill out. We don't even do that in person. We don't say, oh, here, fill out a comment form. We actually take that down if we need to. So it was important to create engagement opportunity as part of this. And then lastly, the presentation. We always do a presentation at our open houses. And so we did that. That took a lot of practice as well. And then we did that live. And the beauty of that too was that we recorded it and it could be used to replay for someone who missed it. We did have about 200 people watching us online. I think we actually took more questions than we ever have in person, at least at the end of the presentation. So there was definitely an opportunity for the engagement we desired. And then, of course, if someone missed it, then they could also go check it out online, which we didn't have in the past. I know that several other MPOs in the state of Ohio did choose to pre-record their presentation. They put it out online for their transportation improvement program open house, and that was successful too. But I will say the benefits of doing it live, seeing the live questions, watching our team work in the background. There was a lot of people in the background actually putting together the answers to the questions as they came in on the stream. So even though people saw my face out front answering questions, there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, but we worked really great together as a team. We found a new way to do public involvement for our planning efforts. I don't know that it necessarily changes how we might do it in the future as far as we really want to have those in-person opportunities whenever we can for people who can be there, but definitely being able to open up a channel for people who want to visit with us virtually. We saw quite a bit of attendance that way too. So I know Niel is the expert on this side of it, so I'm going to let her share with you the lessons we learned from this experience.
So we learned quite a bit of lessons. As I mentioned before, we had to pivot a little bit. Teams, which is what we're using now, is a bit different from Teams Live. So we learned in working with Teams Live, there was a 20-second delay with the audience and the presentation. And so we had to learn to kind of practice and do natural pauses. We were a little bit disappointed that we couldn't stream this live on YouTube and Facebook because we saw that as a missed engagement opportunity. But what we learned is that there were some technology limitations and we needed a third-party software, encoding software in order to share presentations. So we did practice that for weeks. And so that's something we're going to look into for the future because we want to be able to build that engagement and have diverse audiences and be inclusive in our participation process. We always learn to have a plan B. It's similar to planning outdoor events. You always want to have a contingency plan for rain, and given the current climate, our contingency plan will probably always be virtual because, you know, technology does not always go the way we want it to go. And then we practice to perfection. I have a great team, and we all like to think we want to do things perfect, but we do the best that we can. And finally, we want to say, give yourself grace because things happen. And I found that during this pandemic, people have been very understanding. I mean, we've seen people have kids on the video calls and their animals, and just showing that kind of grace toward people. But those are just some of the quick takeaways. We did, from this experience, get a lot of interest from our participants asking, do we plan to incorporate virtual options in the future in combination with in-person events? So I think it's something we should consider given what we learned through this pandemic. So thank you for listening. Not sure if there's any questions or not. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Yes.
I'll just add something to this, is that we were contacted afterwards by metropolitan planning organizations in other states, in other regions of the state of Ohio, asking us about this, because we were probably one of the first ones to do this. Typically, you're trying to move towards a July 1st deadline with the Federal Highway Administration for these documents. So with us doing this at the end of March, we were one of the first ones out of the gate, and it led to a lot of people asking us about our approach. And I've seen some other engagement tools that are definitely superior, but I think what we did with what the tools we had was pretty amazing, and I'm really proud of our team for it. Thank you, Neil.
I agree. Thank you, Thea. Back to you, Eileen.
All right. Thank you, Thea and Neil. We're going to keep moving, and you can ask them. We're getting ready to have a panel very shortly here, so you can ask some questions at that time. So speaking of all that data that went into getting those plans together that Neil and Thea just talked about, we're pleased to have with us, tuning in despite being on vacation, our talented Director of Data and Mapping at MORPC. He is our leader in advancing all aspects of data analysis and digital inclusion, Aaron Schill. Aaron, take it away.
All right. Thanks, Eileen. So you just heard from Neil and Thea talking about how we deliver information and utilize social media as a platform. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we prepare our data and how we best utilize our data to do that and to give them the resources they need when they're communicating with our various audiences. So I'm going to focus mostly on how we think about our data and how we tailor that toward delivering on certain goals and to certain audiences that we have. So I don't need to tell this group that data analytics and visualizations are really powerful tools for social media. We can communicate a lot of information very quickly, which makes them well-designed that makes them ideal for platforms that really thrive on short content. It also helps capture audience information when you're competing with a lot of different things, cat videos, other things that draw people's attention. It's not a coincidence that Nate Silver has over 3 million followers on his Twitter account. Data visualizations are just a really powerful and right now, frankly, really trendy tool. But we really emphasize that we don't want to use data and visualizations just for the sake of having a cool looking or interesting picture on there. We don't want to use data just for data's sake. So we always ask a few questions. One of the key questions that we focus on is, what story are we trying to tell? And who's your audience? So this actually sounds, I think, probably pretty familiar to a lot of our communications folks on the call. We think about that in the data space as well. And we run into this dilemma about our audiences and understanding who utilizes our data resources. So we have more and more data becoming available to us. It's easier to access. It's more available than ever, and folks are able to take a look and are more interested in engaging with data. I think that's one of the things we're seeing from COVID-19 is there's just a wealth of data out there, but it can actually become overwhelming. So we need to think about how can we effectively deliver the tools and resources that are tailored to the audiences we're trying to reach. And so the way we've done that is through a process called user experience research. This is kind of where the tech space and the communication space come together. Essentially, I describe this as to understand who our audiences are and how to reach them. We basically collect data about how to best use and communicate our data. So to do that, our UX research, we engaged in a couple of years ago. We conducted some focus groups. We did a large regional survey of our data users. And we also did interviews with peer organizations across the country that we felt were leaders in this space. And so I'm going to share just a couple of the findings from that and then what the product of that is before moving on to some examples of how we tailor our data resources towards social media platforms. So this is the first really valuable piece that came out of that research. And it's essentially a set of a tiered approach to how we think about our data audiences and the relationships we have with them. There are some audiences that we just collect data from. There are certain audiences that we both collect data from and also provide data to, and we collaborate with. And then we've got a lot of folks that are just consumers of our resources. And this is really kind of where we mostly think about the social media space, is how are people consuming the resources that we produce. So that's that tier 3 folks that are exclusively in the light blue column are a lot of our audiences for our social media resources. But we want to break that down even further. So the next chart here is what we look at as what we call a spectra of audience capacity. So if you think about each of these colored bars as its own kind of scale for different aspects of how people ingest and think about and utilize data. So do they need guidance? Do they need us telling them what the data is saying? How specific do they want to be about that information? How processed or formatted should the data be? Do they want just raw data, or do they want something in a chart or a data visualization? Again, how detailed do we need to provide them? Really detailed information about the geography or the attributes of that data. And then finally, does it need to be machine readable? Do they want to pull it into an application or something else? So we're going to focus on just 2 of these bars really for the social media piece. And that's the light green and the blue bars. So the specificity and processed level of processing of data. So we'll move on to the next set of slides I'll go through pretty quickly, but these are essentially the user personas we developed based on that research. And you see that same set of bars, and now you see little triangles kind of indicating where that particular type of user falls on this. So I'm going to just quickly mention like what each of these users are. There are 7 of them, so we'll go through these very quickly. And then we'll look at where those certain indicators fall in those bars. So our first one, Savvy Shania, is essentially government staff. These are fairly technical folks. While they may be interested in our social media platforms, that is not usually the primary way that we interact with them. So that's not going to be one of our primary audiences for our social media platforms. So if we move on to the next one, Manager Marco is an administrator for a township. Essentially, you think about an administrative level staff person at local government. So that might be a city manager, that might be a department director. These often are folks who are going to see our content through our social media platform. And you see both the green and the light blue bars are fairly far to the right. So they're looking for some really specific information, which makes a lot of sense for social media because we try to deliver one key message whenever we pull together data for our social media platforms. And they also want it user ready. They don't have time to necessarily pour through a whole bunch of charts. They want something that's going to be easy to understand and be able to digest very quickly. So if we move on to the next, Engaged Elaine, this represents our kind of neighborhood advocates, our really engaged citizens. They're often our primary social media audiences as well. And so again, you'll see to the green and blue bars, those are fairly far to the right. And moving on, our next is Decisive Delaney. This represents our elected officials, so council members, trustees, commissioners. Again, primary audiences for social media because they may not have time to dig into our reports, but they want something that's ready to go that they can easily forward on, or are going to be able to get some information very quickly. And then jumping to the last couple are also going to be lower on the range of who our audiences are for our social media platforms, and more folks we engage with in other ways. And these are our nonprofit sector employees who are often technical experts, and we engage with them through other resources, but the primary way isn't necessarily our social media platforms. And you see that they're relatively low on those couple of bars, as is the next one, Specialist Samir. This is our consultant and kind of technical expert user persona. And then finally, the last one is our civic hacking and tech-minded folks. Again, they're not usually coming to us through social media. They're coming to us through our open data platform or others. So that's just a quick run through of the personas themselves. And we think about then when we're preparing these data resources that I'll show you in the next couple of slides, we think about who are we targeting these towards. So is this going toward Manager Marco? Does he need just a high level, in this case, understanding of what do our population projections say for the next 30 years, and where are we going as a region? Or our elected officials are often looking for this level of data. So what you can see here is we're communicating one very specific point. This is how we think our population is growing. And we're providing a little bit of detail about the geography that covers. But we're not trying to provide a lot of detail and explanation. We'll provide that through a link that you can explore more if you want. So this is really just a way into our data resources. So if we move on to the next slide, again, this is communicating about our Insight 2050 initiative. And this is just boiling down a comparison of if we've grown in the past, or if we take a more focused growth pattern, which is the purpose of that initiative, what are the results of that? And this is boiled down into a couple of stats. Each of these is primed to be its own social media post. And it's giving you just a couple of numbers, but it clearly communicates that point that there are consequences developing in one way versus the other. And again, we provide a way, if you want to explore more and better understand the details behind that, you can feel free to dig in, and these are always linked to additional resources. So now moving on, more specific to COVID-19, we developed a full resource hub with a whole bunch of detailed information about coronavirus and particularly local Central Ohio specific data. But it's a lot of information, and a lot of it is not well suited to social media. And so we created resources like this infographic that's a way to turn really complex data into a clear and concise image. This one about what's the impact of staying at home? How big an impact does that have? So even though there's a lot of words and data on here, that point comes across pretty quickly through some key numbers. And it serves as a way to drive people to our resource hub. And to date, we've had about 19,000 visitors to our COVID-19 resource hub. So this is just one avenue to get into that. And then the last example that I want to share is our interactive MTP web map. And you heard Neil and Thea talk about the MTP open house. This is another way we're engaging folks in that process. And I want to share this because this is a way that some of our technological resources are morphing into and blurring with social media as well. So this is through our GIS platform that many local governments and other NPOs use as well, but they're building in opportunities for folks to engage. So this is our commenting map for MTP projects, and folks could actually go in and rate projects. They could propose their own projects and draw them directly on the map, add comments. A lot of the functionality that you see in other social media platforms is now available in things like this online GIS platform. And to the last slide I'm going to show, just to share some stats of what we received from this. So we got 246 comments on projects. People proposed 112 new comments. And to date, I believe we've had about 10,000 hits on this map from people that are interested in getting engaged in our MTP process through this way that allows us to present these kind of technical resources in a way that are pretty accessible. So I know I blew through that pretty quickly. I've got a couple of links on the last slide here. So if folks have questions, please feel free to follow up with me, but you can also explore both our user personas and the research that went into them, as well as all of our data resources by following either of those two links.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks so much. I know you whizzed through that, a lot of information. Speaking of Aaron, we're going to move to our next Aaron Domney. He's a principal at OHM, a fantastic award-winning team that has been instrumental in advancing community development projects. So take it away, Aaron, and his topic is virtual reality and planning tools.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, so glad to be part of the conversation. I'm actually going to build on a lot of what Aaron just talked about, especially related to technology and the GIS. So happy to get into this, and I'll try to move quickly. So we're really focused on innovation at OHM. We combine architecture, engineering, and planning to help solve complex problems and solutions for the communities that we serve around the Midwest. And we have a process that embodies collaborative innovation. Part of that piece of the innovation is the graphic innovation piece. And that's a huge part of our process that we're using today to better communicate to our clients about the projects that we're working on, the needs they have. So today I want to talk about some of the things that we're doing as part of those passive innovations, which includes drone technology, 3D modeling, virtual reality, and video work. So one thing I do want to point out, I know we wanted to put our phones away, but I'm going to ask you to use your phones. So make sure you have those handy because we're going to use them and ask you to engage with me in the presentation with your phone. So make sure you have that next to you. So for us, it was really about, and like many of you, it's about the call to action. We're talking a lot about call to action because times are changing. Thea, you talked a lot about that public meeting. I think moving forward, we absolutely have to be engaging online and in new ways because that's the future. That's actually my son there working in the morning, playing with his friends online with his headset on, engaging virtually. And so the future is, how this demographic is starting to push us towards that space. And I just wanted to point out that I am a pretty good dad, so he's not on the couch all the time. We do get out and do fun things around Columbus. Speaking of Columbus, I don't know if you've seen the movie Ready Player One, set in Columbus about the future, all about augmented reality and virtual reality. And I think the funny thing about reflecting on this video is we're a lot closer than we think to that space. And so the challenge is, we've always done it this way. And now is a time more than ever where we're really learning that we can't do it the way we used to be doing it. And so, thinking differently is critical. So not only in terms of being online with virtual engagement, but also presenting information in a new way is part of where we're trending. So a couple stories for you as I get into this and talk about the paths of innovation. Where are the opportunities of using graphic innovation? It's really at many layers of a project or a planning project, from analyzing existing conditions, which I'll talk about, scenario planning, which we've done with MORPC using things like urban footprint, the visualization, plan preparation, and the actual final plan delivery, all graphic, and then marketing and communication, which we'll talk about too. So I know a lot of this is about virtual reality, but you can't just start with virtual reality. There's many layers to actually get there, which this graphic is intending to demonstrate that. There's a lot of work that has to happen before you actually get in a VR situation. So one of the things that is really helpful to get there is drones and drone imagery. So looking at a site or a context or a place using site imagery, I'll show you an example of some 360-degree imagery, 3D scans, doing infrared, time lapse. All of those things can translate into VR. This was a project we actually worked with Columbus Metro Parks on, or Franklin County, on, which was the quarry. So if you're in Central Ohio, you know about the quarry project. This graphic that you see back there was actually done with a drone, which was a 3D scan of the site that then turned into this rendering that set the base for us to then do more graphic visualization. Had a huge impact, was done in a day to go out and actually scan and download that data, so we can do that actually very quickly. This was a fun quote that I got from one of our IT practice leaders or technology practice leaders. And it's about the drone, is that you can watch the 360 YouTube videos on the Oculus, which I'll show you here in a little bit, which is kind of actually badass. You turn on the HD setting, you can see the video and watch the video as you fly through the air with the drone. So I wanted to switch quickly to show you what some of that work looks like. This is actually in Cleveland, and Aaron Schill, you'll probably appreciate this, being the data guy and very engaged in GIS. So this was a story mapping tool we did for a project, and it's called Vision for the Valley in Cleveland. But a big part of what we were doing here was looked at different segments, flew that with the drone. You can place a comment on the map to provide feedback. But as we look at this area, hopefully the video plays now, we can see everything real time. The fun part about this is if you actually scan up, you can see the drone flying there with the 360 camera. We can turn and pivot in that view and then actually pause the view and start to render over that or create the 3D context over this graphic imagery. Also very powerful for looking at things like the existing conditions analysis. This was a 7-mile stretch of waterway, which we could look at with our steering committee, and now virtually, right? So we can, instead of all being out together, we can look at that all together online. So I talked about the drone kind of setting the table a little bit for some of the other work that we have to do to get to VR. The next step in that is 3D modeling. So that can be, 3D can be in print, they can be renderings, which we'll talk about in the model. That can also have a GIS interface with it. Can be static or interactive, which I'll show you an example of that, and do great before and afters. So you guys are used to seeing images like this. This is actually Upper Arlington, Lane Avenue, with the project we just worked on with that great community, thinking about the future of Lane. And so got to get to this level before we get to the next level, which is VR. We'll drop into that with our phones here in just a minute. But then have the opportunity to do some great before and afters. And this also can translate into VR. So this was a hotel project that's on Lane Avenue that we tried to solve a problem of how that building interfaced with the actual streetscape to make it more user friendly. So we, actually rendering this out, changing the condition, taking down some of the barriers, and then actually taking the audience through that space so they can see how that context was before the proposed solution, and then actually getting to the after image there, which is the proposed solution, to how we break down that wall, better interact with the street. If you're from Central Ohio, you know that UA has to have the golden bear somewhere, so we neatly planted that in the rendering. There's also some playful public art and get people, more engaged on the street and create that street life to what otherwise was an area that didn't have that from the original design. There's also opportunities then to build on that as you're communicating out into video format. So you can go from drone, you can go to the model, and then you can push that into video. I think it's important to always reflect on how we communicate today. We've a lot of great stories about that, but it's, a large part of that is visualization and people wanting to see the images and the pictures just beyond the words of the context there. So with the video, great for community engagement, great for economic development, implementation, for those, in the private sector, the marketing opportunity, and also community outreach, and to celebrate a project at the end is also a great opportunity for you as well with the video. So this, Central Ohio, like so many other communities, looked at the, attracting Amazon as part of their recent efforts to build their new headquarters. So that was a project that we also helped with, and again, combining, hopefully you can all see the screen, combining the drone imagery back into the 3D model. So this is a old mall site that you should be seeing, where this mall was mothballed. It was actually the original mall in America that they coined. And then moving forward, looking at how does Amazon fit on that site. So this was the 3D model built on the drone that started to communicate this story. So there's a great voiceover on top of this. I'm not playing for you, and a narrative and some great background music that I'll spare you with today. But just another example of how things get layered in, right? So you can't start with the VR. You gotta start with the layers. So moving on, we get to the VR. This is one of the things I think a lot of folks are interested in learning about, and how we've done it, and how you can do it. First off, there's some clarity on what is VR versus AR. There's virtual reality versus augmented reality. VR is kind of that new world, what could be, where AR is the existing and the new world together. So we're not quite in the AR space yet. There's a lot of technology that's pushing that direction, but I don't think it's really desktop ready for the folks like us or you on the phone to start digging into yet. Really brings your end user into the proposed project. It's how we communicate moving forward on a variety of things that we're working on, and great integration with a lot of different smart city innovations. So, funny picture, this is Louis Tully from Ghostbusters. You guys should all be familiar with that great film, although some of our younger staff I know haven't seen it, which blows my mind. But, Rick Moranis here with the helmet on. We've come a long way, right, with our tools. And so, we're really using two tools. We have what's called the Oculus, which you see on the left, which there's different levels of the Oculus lens, anywhere from $100 to $500, depending on which one you buy. So those are rather expensive. We use those in-house and on smaller projects. And, that's really a consultant direct to client experience. But then Google also has the cardboard viewer. So what you see on the right, those are relatively inexpensive. I think they're anywhere from $5 to $15, and you can buy packs of them, which drive down the cost. And those are, essentially what you do is you stick your phone in the end of that cardboard there, you drop your phone in, and you're going to see this here in a second. So make sure you have your phone ready, and you can actually scan and go, and at a very low cost format, get into that space. So I talked a little bit about Upper Arlington. This was a public meeting that we had there. You see all the Google cardboard viewers on the table. There's a bunch of participants actually looking at the future of Lane Avenue and the streetscape and the built environment of what that can look like. And it's just really nice because you can see the old plan view two-dimensional rendering on the left of the whole corridor. That was, I think, one of our internal records for a 16-foot plot of a corridor. And then on that graphic, you see these QR codes. So as people are working through the corridor and seeing the recommendation, they actually can scan the QR code to drop into the corridor. Here are different points where we actually cut in and did VR, which I'll show you. so that you have one new layer of experience, and you can really get a sense of scale and the character beyond just a plan view rendering. So if you have your phone handy, open up your camera, and you should be able to just point your camera at that QR code. If you have a little black box over that like I did, you can just click and drag that box. And you should be able to, because I tested this earlier in our dry run, point your camera at the QR code and then see that experience in a semi-VR format. So we actually load these all onto Kula. And that's a clearinghouse where we store a lot of our renderings and our graphics. And you can see here in the rendering, that's actually cut right there. So you're looking at this public space that sits in there. So looking at your phone, just like in Google Street View, you can move around that corridor, look up, look down, and see that entire built environment. So when you drop that into the Google Cardboard Viewer, that's another layer of experience that you can have at that public meeting, or where we're going for the next couple of years. I think a lot of people might have this technology at home, especially if you have young kids who are gaming and want that experience at home and are going that way as well. Here's another one. If you want to just check out another view of that QR code, go ahead and scan that. You'll see that's cut right here at Northwest Boulevard and Lane Avenue. So you'll be able to see what that experience looks like. This is actually one of the gateways. So people could see what that gateway experience and brand was going to look like as you came in the corridor. This is something people can do at a meeting, or they can also do virtually online if we have an online meeting. So, it's dual format. One last view. This is just a different project. This is a park project, has a little bit different flavor in it. And by the way, we can also turn these renderings and these VRs into movies. So you're actually drop in with the VR goggles, and it takes you through a whole experience as we kind of move you through that space and kind of narrate over that. So a lot of different ways that we can engage and show people the future of a project or a space, and doing that before and after rendering it as well really helps. And so I think moving forward, this is going to be almost the expectation. At one point it was just, I want a 3D model and I want to see what that looks like. But now moving forward, I think it's going to be an expectation. I talked a little about AR, which is augmented reality. That's really where you have an experience, as you can see behind the phone, of the existing condition. And then you throw your phone on top of that, and it's both worlds coming together. That's really one of the next areas that we're pioneering. And I think the industry is pioneering to figure out how we integrate that in as well, but it's taking some time to get there. So really stay tuned. There's a lot more work to be done in this space. We're evolving real time with technology, like so many of you are on the phone today. And there's a lot more to come because the technology is advancing daily. And so as that unfolds, our stories and our capabilities like yours will unfold too. So hopefully this was helpful. Just give you a snapshot of how this graphic innovation is starting to get integrated into projects. I know this is a lot about social media. So this is also a tool that can be directly integrated into that social media and provide for a really powerful graphic presentation of a project or a program that you're working on. So I really appreciate the time. I think I'm ending right on point there, and looking forward to hearing the panel.
You are, Aaron. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Think about all the paper you saved and all the audiences you just hit just now in that great visualization. Thank you so much. We're going to want to learn more about this. So I'm going to now bring back our Direct Communication Engagement, Neil Juris, to introduce our final segment, which is our panel. Neil,
thank you. Thank you, Eileen. So I'm excited about this portion of the workshop or the forum. We have 4 esteemed communications professionals with us. Joining us today is Jonathan Tolbert, Director of Digital Media, City of Columbus; Jared Neihart, Community Affairs Manager, City of Upper Arlington; Tina Frank, Social Media Specialist with Columbus and Franklin County Metro Parks; Aaron Shope, Executive Assistant to the President and CEO for CMHA, Columbus Metropolitan Housing Authority. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a series of questions, and if you can kind of remember your order from what I just read, you'll answer in that order. And then we're going to try to keep our time so that we can have audience Q&A at the end. So I'm going to start with the first question and start with Jonathan, and then we'll go from there. How do you think social media has changed the way our communities and the world interact and communicate, and how the world interacts and communicates with one another. So let me say it again. How do you think social media has changed the way our communities and the world interacts and communicates with one another?
Well, first, let me say hello to everyone that's tuning in, and thank you for having me, MORPC. I really appreciate being here. To answer your question, it's a loaded question, but I'll stick with the positive stuff, especially in times like this. Social media has changed, at least in our agency, the way we think about overall communications as a whole. A lot of the presentations alluded to using imagery, short and sweet messaging, direct to the point. And I believe social media is now allowing people to connect more than ever. And that's really the main purpose of it. But I think people that were either shy to use it or just didn't really have a purpose for it are now seeing the positives of it. As for the end users, getting information from us has been very critical, with COVID, the recent Black Lives Matters movement, or any kind of information coming out of agencies or your companies. Social media has stepped in front. We're usually, it's where the front lines of communication start, especially right now. So the biggest thing, I think, connecting communities is allowing people to connect in times like these where they feel isolated. A lot of people may feel isolated or disconnected, whether they're at home or they're afraid to go out. If social media allows them to see events, using live video, it's just endless. So I'll stick with the positives. There are some negatives as well, but I won't do that. I'm very optimistic right now, so I want to stick with the positive stuff. So.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jared?
Also, thank you for having me on this panel discussion today. I really appreciate it. Just in the last 10 years, think of how much more we spend online. And I think a lot of that has to do with the technology, right? Everyone has a smartphone, and social media apps have all capitalized on that. Instagram's a perfect example. It's mobile based. You can't add a photo on a desktop version. And when it comes to the government, social media is instant and public, and that has really changed the game on how to communicate to your residents. It's going to constantly, it's not going to go, by no means is it going to go away. It's going to, get bigger and bigger, and we'll constantly see new technology come from different platforms. So the nice thing is, before, if you would post something on Facebook, even as 3 or 4 years ago, you would direct them to call or email a department. Now residents can direct message, and you can instantly see it on your phone and message back. It's really increasing the two-way communication that governments have with their residents, which I think is really important.
Wonderful. Tina?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here today, virtually. So what we've noticed is social media has allowed for that instant communication. So whereas before, if I wanted to get a hold of an agency, I would need to call between 9 and 5, leave a message, or hope that I could interact with someone. Now I can go online, tweet them or private message them on Facebook or Instagram, and I'm expecting a response within minutes. So social media has really opened up, like Jared said, the two-way communication where I can instantly get responses. I can instantly interact with our followers. So in that way, it's been really, really great. You're also, on a personal level, you're able to communicate with anyone across the world, not just within your own neighborhood. If you have friends overseas or in different countries, you're able to communicate with them, again, instantaneously. So in that regard, I think social media is really great. Your constituents are able to reach out to you with any issues, especially with COVID. I think being easily accessible has been a great resource. So I think it's great. Like Jonathan said, there are definitely some pros and cons to how we communicate on social media, but I think it's mostly positive.
Awesome. Aaron, anything to add?
Hi, Neil. Thanks
Hi.
for having me, and thank you to all the other colleagues that are on. I really appreciate it. I think social media has given us the opportunity to see things more holistically. We can kind of view things from afar as well as locally, and I really think that has changed our perspective in a lot of social movements. As news stories break, it can be shared globally, and it's really a great time to have social media, especially with all the limitations to being out in public that we have at this current time. But while in many sense it has brought us closer together, it has also fostered an environment where we have become increasingly polarized based on our ideologies. So like everyone said, there is a lot of great things to what social media is doing, but there's also some negatives.
So it sounds like we've improved, social media has helped communications professionals improve reach and engagement, real-time communication, and really enhance customer service. So thank you all for that. You know, in reflecting on social media and how things have evolved, do you think that people have really realized the potential of social media? And if so, what are some ways that we can encourage kind of more a multi-generational approach? We have some people, you know, some people say like Facebook are baby boomers, like Gen Z is Instagram or Snapchat, maybe even TikTok. But how do we get more audiences to try different platforms and not just be Facebook centric? Jonathan, I call you the TikTok king, so let's start with you.
That's a really tough question. I think that's why having a social media manager at your agency is important to kind of figure out who your audience is and what platforms work best for them. There isn't a one size fit all. Usually from my experience to get you know, you said the older generations to try new things, or just people to try new things when it comes to social media. It usually takes showing them how to use it, right? Mm-hmm. People are really comfortable with Facebook. People won't really like change. Like they like to stick with what works for them. Just think about, you know, people that they like a certain phone. Or a certain computer or certain, you know, TV brand or remote or something like that. And you're like, hey, there's a better version of this. Why don't you try it? And they're like, but this works best for me. So every platform provides something beneficial for every user. I would say, you know, the older demographic relies on Facebook because they're used to it. They see the names of people that they know. It's not like this big vacuum like a Twitter or something like that. And then when you talk about TikTok or Instagram, there's some editing involved there. You know, people, you know, those platforms are usually based off of likes, you know, and people may not feel like they're doing a good job if they don't see a lot of likes right away or something like that. So with that being said, though, I think now in this time, everyone's trying something new. TikTok, Zoom, you know, anything right now, just to feel some kind of connection or connect with people. And I think that's the biggest push of people trying new apps right now is just to connect, a new way to connect with individuals. So I think we're seeing in this moment people willing to try stuff on different platforms, whether it's to receive information or just connect with individuals.
Thank you. Jared?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with Jonathan more. I mean, to your original question, do you think people initially realized the potential of social media? Personally, I would say no. I mean, I remember being a freshman in college and you had to have a, you know, .edu in order to have an account. And I think when they finally opened it up to you could have any email, I think that's when I finally realized I was like, this is going to be big. And 2.4 billion users later, here we are. I think so. It really, for us, for the city of Upper Arlington, so Facebook users, 60% are between 35 and 54 age bracket. For Instagram, and we just started Instagram 2 years ago. When I first started, I wanted to make sure to really get our current social media under control before we expanded into other platforms. And now on Instagram, 64% of our users are between the age bracket of 25 and 44, which for our community is really big because we have a lot of younger families moving in, and a lot of people between 25 and 35, they don't use Facebook. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum are seniors. I think it's important for us as social media managers or administrators to reach out to other departments in the city, such as like if you have a senior center, to help teach classes like how to use Facebook, not only just how to use it, but also how to protect themselves from putting vulnerable information on there. So that's something that like you really, I think we will start seeing more to help facilitate these trainings and classes to make sure that, we are reaching everyone, and especially a virtual environment that we are in right now because of the pandemic.
Those are great points, gentlemen, and I do agree that it depends on your demographics, who's going to use what platform, and then I think the bringing other generations into training and helping them navigate is very, very important. Tina, what about your thoughts on this?
Yes, so I absolutely agree. I know personally from our organization that before I started, we had someone doing social media several hours a week, and it was contracted out. So shout out to my boss who fought for me so we could get a full-time social media person. But I think as an organization, we had a hard time realizing how we could utilize social media to connect with our followers. And I think it kind of came about because we are a levy-funded agency, and so we're responsible to our taxpayers, and that was the best way to connect with them. But I feel like that's not a unique story. I think there's tons of organizations that, even today, don't realize the full potential of social media and what they can do with it. So luckily for us, we've been able to connect with our different age groups. Again, based on analytics, we know Facebook skews older, Instagram is a little bit younger, and Twitter for us is kind of all over the place. And same with TikTok, that's for a younger audience. So I think the best way for us to encourage people on different platforms is we utilize one platform to encourage people to go to another. So we've used a lot of Instagram stories to run contests or other things, and then we'll post it on Facebook saying, hey, if you want to be part of this, head over to our Instagram page and follow us for, whatever contest we're running. And that's worked out really well for us. Additionally, we have 19 metro parks, and so probably a year after we started, we created a social media group where one or two people from each park manage a park-specific Facebook page, and that's been a real blessing in getting information out. And they also reinforce the message from our main page, so I can say, hey guys, we really want to push getting people to follow us on Instagram or Twitter or YouTube, and they will put messages out for us. So even within our own organization, we have some forces that are able to encourage people to follow us on other platforms, but I really am a big believer in analytics. So I think, for us, we're on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We've had our director ask us about TikTok and other social media platforms, but we go back to the analytics and say, hey, we're trying to target 18 to 65 plus based on, our tax levy and our voters. So TikTok may not be appropriate for us. So I think if you take a look at your analytics and try to figure out who you're really trying to reach, you'll come to that conclusion and see, what platforms are appropriate and who you're trying to reach and where they are.
So Tina, you mentioned a couple of great things. You talked about cross-promoting on other platforms. You talk about the importance of looking at your analytics. And if you look at the back end of Twitter and Facebook, there are a lot of great free tools that you can use to kind of understand who your key audience is, and it helps you with targeting and getting the message into the right hands. So thank you for that. Aaron?
Absolutely. So I definitely agree with what everyone was saying. One big thing that for me is trial and error and analytics. And so just trying things out, seeing how it works, and then following up with the analytics to see how that works with each group. For us, LinkedIn is very, it works really well with our partners and different organizations. And then for our residents, Facebook is the place where we would post things for our residents to engage. So I think Jonathan mentioned something about just showing people how to use these tools. I had no idea about TikTok for a while, and then my 14-year-old showed me that. And so, now you see people, my pastor is making videos with his daughter on Mondays, so there's a lot of things changing. People are trying new things. And so I think that's what we're seeing right now.
So Aaron, I hear you saying don't be afraid to try new things and maybe fail sometimes, and to tap into your children. I mean, that they're probably more involved, like the younger generation. They can help you learn some new things. So thank you for that. So Jennifer from the Columbus Urban League touched on this a little bit in terms of racism and looking at it through social media, the lens of social media. Do you think social media has heightened the awareness of racism and racial relations? Jonathan?
I do. Another thing social media does outside of our agencies, but it gives individuals, whether they're teachers or students, pastors or just community leaders, whoever, a voice. And I think you can go on any platform right now and find somebody giving information related to racism. You also see movements being started locally or nationally on social media. I know for a fact a lot of news reporters are leaning real heavily on Twitter right now, showing videos in cities. And then vice versa on the agency side, we're using video to give local leaders or protesters or organizations such as the Columbus Urban League a voice or a platform to get some messaging out as well. So yeah, I think social media, even though that function has always been there, I think more people now see like, hey, I have something to say now, whether it's on this side or that side. It's giving people the opportunity to voice their opinion or share information or collaborate on things as well. So yeah, I think again, the time has been there for social media. These features aren't new, but I think a lot more people are feeling more comfortable utilizing video, which is the key component right now and has been for a while to get messaging out there. So yeah, I think video is the foundation for social media right now. If you want to get any kind of messaging out, a lot of people don't want to read a lot of text. So video is the best way to do it. And you really don't need to, have, a $1,000 camera or the best, editing software, as long as your message is clear and precise.
So it sounds like, for a long time we heard content is king, and now it's back to video is king. So thank you so much for that, Jonathan. Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. Social media has provided a wealth of information. One of the hard parts, I will say, though, is, the sourcing behind it. And sometimes I will message out to, either an agency or an individual who's sharing that information and just ask as like, hey, I would love to share this. Could you just point me to your source? To basically just to make sure the information that you are sharing is accurate. Because I think that's, one of the big flaws with social media is a lot of stuff gets pushed around and it's not necessarily the truth. And I think now that's more important than ever to make sure there's accuracy in what you are posting.
I think that's very important, Jared. Thank you for that. Tina?
Yes, so I absolutely agree with both Jonathan and Jared. Social media, again, because it's a platform where you can share and engage and discuss things with, your constituents, your followers, your friends, your family, whoever. You're able to share your opinion regardless of which side you fall on, racial relations and racism. You're able to share your opinion. So I think just as social media is, it's a place where you can share all that information. So I think one of the biggest challenges, again, is what Jared said about finding where the source is from. Is it accurate, especially on Facebook with all their misinformation issues? So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, but absolutely social media has made it a topic of conversation across the country and probably the world.
That's a very important point. I think there's been a lot of issues with misinformation, propaganda messages, and you see Twitter taking a more assertive role and restricting that kind of information because of the impact, the dangerous impact that it may have. Aaron, your thoughts?
So I definitely believe social media has highlighted a lot of the negative behaviors of our society. And it's given people a platform to have two-way conversations with people that they may not have ever been able to speak with. And so I think that is a really great, that's really great that social media gives people that access, that we're looking at these behaviors and people are rallying against those kind of things. And like what Jared said, with the accuracy of things, that's another thing you have to really be on top of, because there's so much information out there. You just never know where it's coming from or how accurate it actually is. But I think that social media has given people a great opportunity to voice their opinions, and just because of how global social media is, we're able to see what's happening in other parts of the world, other parts of the country, and I think it's a great tool right now, and it's definitely pushing for change, and I think it's just great.
Well, I think that's a great point. I mean, social media, it allows you to communicate not just with hundreds, but thousands and millions. So the reach is just phenomenal. So we have two more questions, and then we want to open up the floor for Q&A from our audience. So we can't talk about, we can't not have this discussion and not talk about the impact of COVID. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and we know that COVID-19 has presented us with some challenges as it relates to our events, hosting, in-person meetings. We talked about some of the limitations that we have with Teams. What are some other platforms that your agency is using that have been helpful in capturing the audience attention, and have they been helpful? Jonathan?
Yeah, so at the City of Columbus, we have CTV, Columbus Television. It's part of our Department of Technology team. It's a staff of 5 people, and we've been leaning on them very hard, especially during COVID, whether it's announcing executive orders, putting out instructions on, this basic self-care of hygiene, washing your hands, wear a mask, or just doing live press event conferences on the fly. And we've been utilizing Facebook and YouTube and stream to those at the same time. Surprisingly, we're seeing a lot more people flock to YouTube live when we do that. even though our largest audience is on Facebook, we've noticed that a lot of people are going over to YouTube. And I personally think the biggest reasoning for that is the captioning feature on YouTube. Does that for you, which is another big thing. You don't want to leave that community out. Captioning your videos is very important right now. So yeah, we're relying on our CTV team to do live events. We were pushing stuff out almost every day when this first started, and we were learning on the fly basically. But live streaming has been one of the most important things that we've had to do in regards to COVID, and we get a lot of views. We set it up and schedule it in advance so people can tune in. And then our other departments, like our Department of Neighborhoods, wanted to get in on that. So they have, meetings almost every week. I want to say almost every day now, with area commissions, and they set up Zoom meetings that people in those specific areas can use, and they advertise them on Nextdoor, which allows you to promote that in specific zip codes. And then we take those Zoom meetings and we stream them on Facebook Live so people can tune in as well. So we've had to figure this all out on the fly, but everything has worked out so well, and I can't be more thankful for having our CTV team and just working with them and making sure that not only the mayor's office, but our departments have access to video to get detailed information out.
Well, I just want to say we've been very impressed with the TikTok videos and all of the live stream events, and MORPC will definitely be connecting with CTV because you guys are a wonderful resource to a lot of our communities that are on this call today. So thank you. Jared?
For us, luckily before COVID happened, we hired a company called Swagit to record and live stream all of our council meetings. And that's been, absolutely crucial during this time so that council can still proceed. And especially we've seen some of the highest turnout of viewers during when we passed our mask mandate for the city, when we passed a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis. It was a chance for people to, be able to tune in and see what was still going on, even though those meetings, weren't in person anymore. We're using that now to expand into other meetings as well. But a couple of the other things that we've done is every year we hold Safety Town, which is like a beloved tradition in Upper Arlington. And unfortunately, we had to cancel this year because of health reasons. But we recorded a video, 10 videos, and we released a video each day. And each one of them had a Safety Town lesson. And even though it wasn't the same, it was very much appreciated in the community that we were able to provide this, alternative option. And, now the videos they live on YouTube, but we have a section in our website that's dedicated just to virtual Safety Town. And there's, associated documents that parents can, print off at home that will go along with each lesson. So, different things like that, just really thinking, you just have to think outside the box, and some things work and some things don't. And, all you can do is at least try. That's what everyone's doing right now. And I think that's one of the things to really just, focus on. So
it sounds like a couple of good things. Capacity, knowing that if you're not able to do it in-house, don't be afraid to try a consultant is always something good to consider. And don't be afraid to think outside the box. So thank you so much, Jared. Tina.
So when COVID hit in early March, our organization went into incident command management, which means the operations side of our organization basically took over. The long-term goal was to be able to keep the parks open for the public. And so we received a lot of guidance from that department within our organization about how to proceed. So my boss immediately got in touch with our website company, Robin Tech, and we created a landing page that had any post we would post about COVID, that would go on our website. We had a letter from our director talking about what was going on. Our naturalists were really, really great. They were unable to do programs in the park due to the mass gathering limit of 10 people. So they would be walking the trails, taking a lot of photos and videos and content that we could upload to our website so that our followers had something to look at and something to do. We have a lot of preschool programs that are very popular, so getting content for that, that was really well received by the public. And so the website was one of our biggest ways. And then we did a survey, a community survey in 2018, and found that the majority of our constituents prefer communications through our website and on social media. And so for us, that was perfect. We continued to post about it on social media, but our followers really reacted most positively to stuff that wasn't related to COVID, because if you think about it, you turn on the TV, you hear about COVID, you're talking to your family, your friends, you're hearing about COVID. So our strategy was to be a place that, when applicable, we would post about COVID, but the majority was to make sure our followers were happy, that they knew that they had a place that they could go and be safe and get outside of the house, get their exercise, stay healthy. I can't tell you how many emails and private messages we got about helping people with their depression and their anxiety because they had a place to go. So we focused on being the happy place. We posted videos, pictures, and we all did it in an effort to convince people that, don't go out in mass groups, but if you want a solitary walk in nature, here's a remote trail. If you want to hear the sounds of nature, go early in the morning when not a lot of people are there. So for us, COVID, hit our operations side a lot harder because rangers and staff and managers are all working, crazy hours to keep the parks clean, sanitized, open. Whereas my department dealt more with the public in the sense of keeping them happy and keeping morale up, not only for the public, but for our staff. So we were very lucky to have what I would consider the more fun side of COVID. And then we live streamed one of our board meetings. We didn't really get a lot of engagement in our Facebook Live because we hold our board meetings at parks. There's not great service. So half the time it would stall or it would kick us off. So thankfully, we're lucky that our followers prefer to communicate online. We have the website, and like I said earlier, we've got those 19 park pages. So maybe you don't want to follow the main page, but hey, you go to Clear Creek once a week, you're going to get that information. So I would post anything about COVID on all of our park pages and make sure that the people responsible for those pages were really responsive. As anyone here who has dealt with social media, it's not a 9-to-5 job. So responding at 9 at night or 6 in the morning, our goal was to be responsive and help people feel like they were going to get through this.
Thank you, Tina. So it sounds like kind of going back to your foundational roots and training helped you guys adapt, and then also finding that great balance between not overwhelming people with information about COVID and kind of just highlighting some of the positives help you. So thank you for that. Aaron, last but not least.
So with COVID, that we rely on in-house meetings for our residents. We serve over 40,000 residents in Franklin County, and so at the beginning of March, we basically had to scramble, and our leadership team within about a week had developed a plan to have everyone working from home so that we could just continue to keep our people housed. And so there was a lot going on with leadership and IT to keep things moving, but we made that transition very quickly. And, so we haven't had to, there's nothing, nobody has had to deal with any loss of housing or anything of that nature during this whole time. So that's been really fortunate that we acted so quickly, even though everything just kind of hit us where we had to act so quickly. But now everything is either phone-based or video-based, and that's been a challenge, but we've basically switched our operations to make that change, and I can see that moving forward, that us and many other organizations are going to keep up with this kind of work, telework, video meetings and things of that nature. So I think that was the negative piece of COVID, but I think that it's probably here to stay for a while.
Unfortunately. So it sounds like being able to adapt quickly and being flexible in your strategies really helped you guys, transition to where we are today. So I'm going to do a quick 30-second, like any final thing you want to say, and then we'll open it up for Q&A, and we apologize. We are running a couple minutes behind. So Jonathan, any 30-second final thoughts you want to share?
Just embrace social media, but don't get shiny object syndrome. What works for one agency or one company or one person may not work for you. And if you want to give it a try, just make sure that you have a clear strategy and make the content for your audience, not for you. That's pretty much all I need to throw out there.
Thank you. Jared?
In terms of Instagram stories, I think it's the one area for government, especially government agencies, we can have a little fun and breathing room. It's nice that it's only on for 24 hours. Don't be afraid to use a GIF, use a poll, you ask a question, like use the fun features that are in the stories. We've seen huge impression rates from using Instagram stories. So that's my recommendation to anyone listening in.
Thank you. Tina? Oh, you're on mute, Tina.
Sorry about that. I would say, study your analytics and see, figure out what your goal is, and then don't be afraid to have some fun. Our most humorous posts are our most popular ones, so have a little bit of fun and make sure you test. Just because it doesn't work once doesn't mean it won't work eventually, and it's a great practice to learn about your followers. So that's it for me.
Thank you. And Aaron?
I think Jonathan mentioned, don't jump to any shiny objects. I think that is true, is come up with your strategy and then implement your plan before just adapting every social media forum out there. And like Tina said, test it out and look into your analytics. Those are just huge pieces of the work that we do.
Well, thank you. We can't end a social media forum without talking about strategy or data. So thank you all for your time and sharing your insights. We really do appreciate this. And so Eileen, I'm going to turn things over for any Q&A, and then we should be wrapping things up. Thank you all.
Right. Does anybody have any last questions they want to post in the chat? Or Rolanda, do you have anything that you see yourself looking over the questions?
Hi, yes, we have one question. It says, is there a way around to get input from people that don't have internet or smartphones? For example, a simple phone input option.
Anyone from the panel have any idea about that?
We always provide a dial-in number whenever we do any of our live meetings, but that's a Zoom feature. So I guess it really is down to what technology platforms you are using.
Anyone else want to add from our panelists? All right, Rolanda, do you have any other questions?
That's it at this time. Thank you.
All right, everyone. My gosh, this went so fast for us. We've come to the end of our time. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you, speakers. You were awesome. We will post this forum on our MORPC social media platforms, and we'll send you a link as well. Stay safe, Be well. We applaud all your hard work as we continue to serve our communities, and stay connected. On behalf of the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission, this concludes our forum. Thank you so much.
That was great.
Thank you, Karen.
Everything was just wonderful.
We're going to hop out and join an all-staff meeting, but thank you so much, Karen. We'll see you later and maybe in the other forums here. Thank you.